All right. Did that fix? Did that fix it? What a catastrophe. What a catastrophe. Restarting the router seemed to help it. Seemed to help it. And so I'm back from outer space. Don't get me demonetized. Copyright struck or whatever it's called. I know that's a song. Hello, YouTube. How are you guys doing? All right. I actually don't know the song. Like, I don't know the tune to it. I just know that. Or is it from Lost in Space? That's like a really old TV show, right? That's the one with the robot with the arms that says like Danger something Robinson? Danger Will Robinson? Yeah, that's what it is. Danger Will Robinson. Okay, I was looking at this while I was waiting for the internet to come back up. I Will Survive. Okay. That's a song, I'm assuming. Okay, I added this, which actually got us... So, supposedly, I never relinquished control back to Tokyo. I never awaited on anything. So in our loop, we ran this. But I'm not entirely convinced that's true. But it might be. So I'm going to... Because it seemed to help it some. It seemed to help it some. Do we not await anything here? No, we try receive. So we wouldn't actually be awaiting anything here. Now, I suppose we could... No, we'd have to put those back on another thread. We don't want to do that. Okay, so we're not awaiting anything here. If has voted it is true. If we've already requested votes. So that was basically never letting the CPU schedule other things for this thread. Okay. Now, when we ran it, we voted. We voted no, which is fine. Everybody voted no. We should re-elect. There should be a timeout. So node 2, as this were, node 2 here should have said vote failed, but it's nothing. But we are voting no, which this is an improvement. It means we got the message. We sent something back, and we're just not receiving the thing that we sent back. So now we can try to step through that. So that is handled in this up here, where we make these one-shots, we collect them, and we follow along. But this... You know what? Let's make sure this is running at all. This is going to be a little messy, but it will at least tell us. It will at least tell us if this is running at all. You know, because maybe this gets cleared somewhere, the votes. So this never runs. Oh, Londo. That's why Russell is talking about I will survive. That's why he's talking about I will survive. We'll make it. We'll make it. We're freezing. We're freezing. Check that out. So node 1. Let's see. Checking vote. We have 2 checking votes here for node 1. But it should constantly be checking, right? It should be constantly checking. Unless if it gets a response, right? Right? Yeah. So let's actually do that. If it gets a response... Ooh, interesting. Oh, I see the bug. I see the bug. Check this out. So we pop it off the stack. And we try to receive. And we pop it onto this voters. So that we can set it back. Wait, no. This seems correct. This seems correct. So basically, we work through the queue. And then any that don't respond, we save back. To check again. This looks right. Let's step through it. So we check our vote because obviously we don't check these anymore. That's what's ending up happening. We checked it literally twice because node 1 would have sent 2 requests. We checked them before they ever got a chance to respond, which we assumed that they would check them erroneously once before they would have a chance to respond. So this is fine. This is obviously not working as intended though. This is obviously not, and we don't have to look at the rest of, like, we don't have to look at all of this because none of this matters. The first time through, we'll pop them off one at a time. And they won't work. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. My internet died. And I decided that you guys didn't need to see the code. I decided you guys didn't need to see the code. You know, chat doesn't get to see it. Chat gets to observe the code through my interactions with the code. It's a new type of code streaming where I just talk about what I'm doing and you guys get to bask in the glory. Okay, so okay, so we check the vote once, as we see, but we never check it again. And checking the vote is actually just checking that receiver. And this is what we did. And maybe I feel like there is a simple mistake here. We make an empty vec. And then we pop the ones off of the ones that's on self. And we check the vote for each one of those. We check, we call try receive, which is why it's mutable here. And then if we don't get something, we push that vote on there. Onto this vec here that we made here. And then we reassign anything that didn't work, any response that hasn't been received yet, back onto the thing. What have I screwed up here? It's like, I feel like we're dropping the list. I feel like this assignment's not happening. Is there a return in here? No, there's no return. The only thing we do is continue. I used to use Open Dyslexic. There's this font called Open Dyslexic font. People find it pretty funny. They actually have a monospaced one. People find it difficult to read, though. Unfortunately. I don't use that. I do like this font. It uses Comic Sans. I feel like that hurts. I feel like that hurts me. One of my problems with this is it looks like, while some people find it easier to read, it looks like you picked like a child's font. I love the font. But yeah. Anyways, if people don't know what it is, then it's hard for them to read, and they think that you just picked a really funky font for no reason. It is a tough job market right now. Yes, it is. I'm supposed to be coding something, but I feel like there's something wrong with this. This right here. We can validate that this is running multiple times. So we can check that this is actually continuously running like it's supposed to be. But they only check the votes the first time, and we expect that the server hasn't had enough time to respond back. That's kind of our expectation there. That the first time that they check for the votes, they'll be gone. Is this relay? No, this is not relay style. I wish it was. I wish it was. This is all of my own making. This is not relay style code. Okay, so this is our problem. Let's figure out how to, let's see, not here. We don't want to print out here because this will run a billion times. Can we write a test for this? I don't think so, because this is all around network communication between nodes, right? We can't write a test easily for this. This is a tick of a consensus protocol. We could do integration tests, which is effectively what we're doing right now. And by integration test, I mean, does it start and reach consensus? Not really. What can we print in here to understand what's going on? Because we check one time and it fails, which is what we expect. But then we never check again, even though we run here, which means voters isn't getting set correctly here. It could mean that this is not running. It could mean that this is not running. But then this couldn't run, right? Because this should be an else. This should be branching. I don't think that this is it. But this is the only piece of branching logic, right? All of these are, we count the vote. We check if the vote has concluded, right? These are both, I mean, these are returns, but these would take us into another state, which would destroy this state, the state that we're in. So if either of these two happens, we would know, and these don't happen. Yeah, see, we're getting vote not ready. All right, let me write it down. Let me draw it out. Sometimes this helps me. We have we have 3 nodes, not 4. So we have our 3 nodes, and they're each trying to reach consensus. So we're just going to follow this one. It sends out vote requests to vote for it. It also votes for itself. If it receives a vote request from either of these guys, it's going to say no. It's going to say no. All right. So in this, we also see that they respond. They're voting no. Voting no. Voting no. Voting no. So they are responding. They are responding, but they do it sometime later. And the thing that happens here is that we only check this inner one once. So as this is going through, as we check, this is the logic here. We're checking for votes from other servers. And we have this list of votes that we've asked for. And every server will respond eventually. And the very first time we check is right after we sent it. So like we send it, actually we kick off a thread to send it and then we check. So like there's absolutely no way this happens because we haven't awaited in between. Now, we could await, but then it's just a threading issue. Like, so we could await right after sending this some amount of time. So like we're pretty sure that the other server has had a chance to respond, but that's just a threading issue. We're not actually solving the problem. So we know the first time we ask, this won't be ready yet. It won't be ready yet. And so we expect this to happen where vote is not ready. And that's where we push the vote onto this VEC. And then at the end of this, if neither of these two things have happened, if we haven't won or lost the vote, we should assign voters to vote. This is going to be really messy, but let's do this. Info Number of not this. Let's do self dot votes. That doesn't implement display. Let's do that. This is going to be a really messy output, but this will tell us if this is getting set back, because it should be set back with anybody that didn't respond. So basically we keep a list in here of the ones that haven't responded. So when we first do it, both of these will be put in this list of ones that haven't responded. And then we'll keep checking over this. All right. I'm sure I'm missing something really stupid here. It looks to me like it should work. No, I'm not using tracing. I'm using the invlogger. So yes, so for this is because it's a distributed system. So to test this, and this is why I'm saying tests are difficult. This is actually the consensus part of this, where these two nodes are trying to reach consensus together, which makes two things very difficult. Breakpoints are almost impossible, because the problem with a breakpoint here is you've actually broken the consensus, because consensus depends on timing, unfortunately. So breakpoints are kind of a no-go. It's not like super timing critical, but you have 100 milliseconds. Unfortunately, I can't do anything with 100 milliseconds, so it's a little timing critical. The other thing is it's all network communication between the two nodes, which is also another thing that's hard to... It's integration test, which our integration test is actually just running it right now, which is testing the problem. So this is the problem. This is the problem. I called the problem. I knew what the problem was. But why? This is getting set to an empty list almost immediately. See, at first it's not an empty list. Then it's an empty list. 1 second. This is node 3. Yeah. Then it's an empty list. That's a problem. Because it should only become an empty list when there is no receivers. It's this state, self. Self is the only thing that's saved between ticks. So you have what's passed in, which is the clients and the log and everything, and anything on self. That is the state of that is the state of the consensus. Where am I pushing? Right here. Right. So if we actually get the response, we don't want to keep it anymore. We want to we want it to be deleted if we get a response, but we're not getting a response and not saving it. Correct, Toggle. There's going to be an aha moment here. But so the idea is once we receive this communication, we don't want this thing in memory anymore. It's done. It's just the receiver for waiting for a response. What do you mean 18 plus? I didn't say anything. What do you mean? I keep this very PG. Toggle. Oh no, is it my drawing of arrows? Okay. Maybe we can erase some of these. Did not mean anything sorry. I was just trying to describe the problem. Lay it out in my head. All right. So, sorry about that. Hello, YouTubers. How are you? You know what? We just reached 256 followers on Twitch. So YouTube, you guys gotta pick it up a little. You're only at 176. Come on. We should have a competition between the two platforms. All right. Let's see. So we pop the list here, which should drain it. That's the whole idea here, is we should drain the votes. And we keep around everyone that doesn't work, because that means that they haven't responded yet. And then we put that back onto self for the next iteration. Do you know what? Wait a second. This is interesting. 1 second. You know what we didn't ever print here? 1 second. What if it does? What if it is working? Because check this out. What I was noticing here is we do actually have a number of votes that has some, which means it goes through this iteration once at least and reassigns them. Right? Let's look this up. This is node 3. So node 3 here is empty, but here it has things. And it's checking on the inner loop here. And after checking on the inner loop, it does still have at least one. And it looks like only one. And here it has 2 on node 3. So this is working as intended. This was a red herring. This is a red herring. This is working as intended. If it's working as intended, that means we get successful votes, but we fail to go into a follower or a... Wait a second. I see it. I found it. Aha! There's a bug. There are 3 reasons we drop from... So when we go to candidate mode, there are basically 3 outcomes. There are 3 outcomes when we become a candidate. The first one is that we win the vote. And we go from being a candidate to the leader. The next one is that we lose. That we lose the vote and we become a follower. So this is the lose. And the third one here is that somebody responds with a higher index than us. Higher index. And we become a follower. We have this one and this one. We do not have this one. You refuse to lose. Future Highway, you got it. So this is if we win This is only checking if our term is lower. Because if our term is lower than somebody else's, it's an auto lose. But we don't actually check if we lost the votes. I can't believe I didn't see this for so long. Now, we actually have to check if we lost. We can't just say else here. Like, we can't have just a blanket statement at the bottom. And the reason for that is not everybody could have voted yet. So we could do this a number of ways. Like, if there's no more, like, if the number of voters is under a certain amount, we can just auto lose, but we can also just check here. I'd have to think that through. This is easy enough. I can't believe I didn't see that. I was only thinking of these two. Like, you win or lose. And the one case we did have was the higher index. And so I was thinking that was the lose, and I wasn't actually paying close attention to the two things. Becoming the leader. Oh no, we have a problem. We have a problem. This is a distinct problem. Everybody became the leader. Guys, what did we do? How did we fail this hard? Everybody became the leader. Oh, you know what? No, I got it. Check this out. I actually returned leader here when we lost. This is my bad. This was just a bug I just wrote. We just need to return follower state. Just wrote this bug. This is okay. We didn't fail that hard. I mean, we failed pretty hard, but everybody's a winner. We're still refusing to lose. We're winners here. That's right. There is no losing in this. Okay, that was my bad. Okay, so this is kind of half expected. Let's see. No, this is not full. Oh, no. This is heart beating. Okay, cool. Heartbeats. All right, but we got everybody heart beating still. Won the election. No, you did not. This is voting no. So node 1 voted no for node 3. Should we index these to... I feel like we should update these to being the actual not 0 indexed. You know, this is node 1. So we voted no to node 1 from node 3. There's still bug. So if vote granted, we add 1 to the vote yes, otherwise we add to no vote. This is Raft with participation awards. The best Raft. Copy X Seraph. How are you doing? Thanks for the follow. My system is slightly broken right now. My like PC system. Like I ran update on it. We're gonna look into that. We're gonna look into that. So I'm not entirely sure what happened last night, but Arch. Probably Arch. I updated Arch last night, and I'm guessing I broke something. It was probably my fault too, not Arch's, but I'll blame Arch. Okay, so we're still all getting we refuse to lose. We literally refuse to lose. We reply with our current term and vote granted is false. So when we say voting no, we literally vote no. We actually vote no. I mean, this would have been a bug if I accidentally had true here, right? We could check in follower. If we're in follower, we're going to vote yes. We're going to vote yes. Yep. And our log message is voting yes. We can actually update this to be the info. All right. The only reason we vote no is if the term is lower than the term that we already have. Because then it's recovering from split brain. So if the term is less, it's a old node that recovered from a split brain or it was down, like it was turned off or something. And so we're not going to vote for it. All right. So we can check leader state, but leader, if we're the leader, we will vote no unless we will vote no unless their term is higher than ours, which means that we were a leader, we got split brain, or we were shut down, and then we're rejoining, and we think we're still the leader. It would have to be split brain. It would have to be split brain because if we were shut down when we restart, we start in follower mode. So split brain happens, and the rest of the nodes can still reach consensus up the term. Our term is lower. So if our term is lower, we will relinquish our leadership. We will grant our vote and go into follower mode. Otherwise, we'll vote no. Okay. This all looks correct. I think I know the problem. We still are cursed. We're less cursed, but still cursed. I think I know the problem. Rounding. Rounding is our problem. We have 3 nodes. We divide 3 by 2. What is the answer? Should be 1. And we need 2 votes. No, this is right. We need 2 votes. We need 1 other vote. And ours. So this should be fine. We could add these, which is probably good. I don't actually care whether it's 1 or 1.5 because we need 2 votes, one way or another. Yeah, I think we need to log the math. Let's log this. Instead of we won. Oh, wait. You know what? I might be a dum-dum. We're logging we won the election when we lose. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's fix this. Watch this. I'm going to do let's do C boom. Nope, that did not work at all. That was not let's see. There we go. Let's change this. Let's invert it. For losing the election. Yeah, that's beautiful. Okay. Are we just logging the wrong message? Is this a bug purely in logging? All right. Question. Do you guys, what is the right way? Is it per terminal history, or do you do a global history for your command line? This is a pop quiz. Actually, I'm going to make it a poll. We're going to pull this. I got to start using some of these tools at my disposal. All right. We're not allowing channel points. No. Go for it. Have fun. All right. I'm going to feel really stupid if this was just me logging stupid. Oh, gosh dang it. Ah. You guys are the worst. Ruining my hard pull workage. That, you know what? I should stop talking. Global. You use global. Who said global? I'm gonna call you out on that. Okay, so I use per terminal history. And I don't know. I feel like I love it most of the time. And then I feel like there's times when I wish I had the global. I like it with this because, like, now my up is just Docker compose build and up. Like, it's very easy to navigate these. And that's why I love it a lot with that. But then there's times when I'm searching, when you're trying to, like, search through your history, and it screws with that. So then every single time that happens where I don't have a result that I wanted, that's when I hate it. Londo. So an easy way to check, open two terminals, type something in this one, then hit up over here. And if the up over here gives you what's over in here that you just did over here, you have a global. That's like the easiest way. I don't know, Londo. I don't know. Do you care? Seems like our poll is split. We got one vote for each. Nice. Yeah. I don't know. I was wondering what other people think, their reasoning behind it. That's my reasoning behind it, because I like to do stuff like this, where I have something like this. And so that's why I do a per terminal history. But I do see the argument for a global history with the search and everything. I also think sometimes it depends on what the person does. I think. Like what they do a lot. Okay, so I just failed at logging. You know what? Let's make this a little bit better. I was gonna parameterize. Gosh dang it. Why can't I say the stupid word now? Anyways, I was going to make this like a parameter, but I don't know. I think maybe we need to have state have some sort of, we might need to implement display on state. And that might be another day. Good one, Dutch. Good one. We should. Lost election due to term. This one's going to be hard to test. This is one we should do an integration test for. 100%. Because we have to simulate a split brain to get this. We have to not only simulate a split brain, we have to have the old leader rejoin during a vote. This is going to be hard to recreate, but it's something that would be a great integration test. And it has to be an integration test. You cannot, I don't think, yeah, you can't. You have to have two of them running. This is meant, you have to have three. Anyways, this is going to be difficult, but I think we can do it. I think basically what we need to do to make this more testable is basically be able to spin up nodes in specific states. I think that's like the next thing that we need to do to make it more testable is to drive the starting state, like the starting everything. I don't know. That sounds really difficult, but all right. The next test. Let's go over here. Let's delete all of these. All right. So now we can start running. We can use the CLI. I think we're in a stalemate, which is fine. It should rectify itself eventually. Eventually. Maybe not. Let's check these logs out. So they're never falling out. So it's like they're not communicating. So what happens with a stalemate is that everyone loses. So everyone votes for themselves and votes no to the other two. And what happens is everybody should lose, go back to a follower, fail to get a heartbeat, and then when they failed to get a heartbeat, go back and become a candidate again. And the timing on those is never going to be perfect. That's not what appears to be happening here. Because these never seem to be... I mean, this is just node 2. I'm only seeing node 2 here. Did node 2 eat all the other nodes? Did node 2 eat all the other nodes? I feel like sometimes Docker Compose does some weird things. Like, okay, now everything's working. I don't know which one's the leader here, but I feel like sometimes Docker Compose, like, pauses. I don't know. I saw that before, and it's probably a bug in my code. Probably a bug in my code. CLI. I don't know who the leader is, so I'm just having to guess. All right, we should have data though in our which Which log segment? I don't know. We're saving data in our database. I always have problems implementing features just for testing if it won't ever be used in production. I generally... Is this an XML? No, it's an HTML database. It's an HTML database. It's HTML. We actually probably need to not have this as HTML record. This probably needs to be div. That's an update. Now actually we can actually store it in multiple different formats, which is a cool thing. So Dutch, I would say this: if this was a production database, and this is not a production database, I don't want anybody to think that I'm building a production distributed database. The reason we're doing stuff, ridiculous stuff like storing it in HTML, is because it's an education one. It's meant so that somebody can take it and spin it up and learn from it, and leverage it to learn. That's all. Now, that being said, let's talk about this. I think in a distributed system, you absolutely have to test these things. And you have to build things that would never be used to test these things, purely because you have to know that you didn't make a stupid bug here. Like I did. Like I literally did a stupid bug here. And the only way to know that you didn't make a stupid bug on split brain recovery is by having a test for it. So I realize that there are definitely some things where I would agree with you wholeheartedly that it's not worth writing a test. The fallout for it isn't like, I don't know. We can talk about something where like it being a bug is minor. And then you'd have to write code that's going to have bugs. Because to test this, we would actually have to write code that could actually have bugs, that could need tested itself. And so like there's definitely a strong argument against that. But for distributed consensus, I don't think that you get the luxury of that. Because you have to know that you can recover from split brain. Because if you don't, you could corrupt your whole database. Well, this was a logging bug. I get that. But you know, we didn't actually check for losing. We refused to lose. We were like, we lost. We're just going to sit here and do nothing because we lost. I'd rather do nothing than be a follower. But so I think, I don't know. I guess for me, I would say that this comes down to it depends. It depends on how critical the functionality is, how bad the bug is if you don't test it. I just fixed American elections. Well, let's talk about the whole world's elections. Or not. Let's just not talk about it. So, yeah. I think that for this, yeah, you got to build stuff that's never going to be used in production, that is going to have bugs itself, that's going to have a cost to maintain, purely because there's no other way to test it, and it's too critical to not test. Being able to influence a state machine externally is scary. Let me one-up you on that. Let's just state that distributed state machines are scary. What we have created is scary. Now, I haven't checked this last thing, but if we want to know if this actually worked, We should have the same log on all of them. We should have the same SAM log with another thing on all of our databases. I don't know. It's on node 1. We actually did distribute it to all of them, which was our bad. Let's make another call. Wait, that's over here. Let's do Bob on, you know what, we need to respond with I'm not the leader. So we know if we're hitting the leader, because only the leader can accept writes. We're going to write Bob to this one. We're going to write Tom to node 2. And we're going to write Jan to node 3. Okay. So now we got Tom and Sam. Ooh, I think this is a bug. Right? We wrote Tom to node 1. Oh, node 1 might be the leader. This is node 2. So Tom got distributed. The other one should return error, and we'll fix that right after this. Should return error because they're not the leaders. They can't accept writes. Okay. And we can update the CLI to take that return and actually proxy it to the right node. So that's also not a problem. We don't have to, right now we just don't deal with it, but we can deal with it. Okay. So super cool. We wrote to node 2 and node 1 has it. Like, that's really cool. I don't know if this makes sense to you guys, but like, this is actually pretty cool. Following a proxy call through logs is the worst. It is absolutely the worst. And every single node should have this. Should have Tom. Let's go check it out. Every single node has Tom. Yeah, this is a bug. You know what though? Let's try something. It could be that I know what the bug is. When the database starts, it doesn't recheck its log number, so it starts over again. It doesn't get the oldest log, the index. So I bet you if we write another one, it will be index 2. So let's write some unique data, something unique. It's just over here. All right. So no, it's a worse bug than that. It's a worse bug. Okay. Well, there's a bug here. But this is pretty cool. We wrote to one node and all the nodes get it. We're almost a real database. What are we going to do? We are doing a distributed database. It's got some bugs. We're not maintaining a version of the record. Yeah. I don't know. So I don't know. And I want you guys to drive this because, like, I don't know. Are people enjoying this? If they are, we can do more of those types of things. But what are you guys wanting to see how to do? Maintaining a version to me almost seems tedious and not really educational. Like almost everybody knows how to maintain a version and migrate one schema to another. It just adds something more for us to do. So So do we want to do that? Because if people want to see that, if they don't have an idea of how they would do that or something like that, then sure, we'll do it. But I'm also trying to pick what we do with this, where it's like, I'm not trying to be a real database in any way. So if there's things like that that I can just avoid and ignore because people don't care, because that's not the interesting parts of a distributed database, then we'll skip them and we just won't do them. So I guess I'll leave it up to you guys. Do you guys want to see keeping a version of the metadata on disk and how we could handle that and dealing with all of that? It's actually a little bit more difficult, but it's like a lot of tedium, not necessarily funnium. Tedium is less fun than funnium. Vinci G, hello. How are you? I don't know. You guys let me know. So 2 bugs. First bug, we got to be dealing with this index. This is horrible. Second thing, we need to respond with an error if we're not the leader. That's also terrible. This is also terrible. I thought you were talking about the version of the data schema on disk, the schema on disk. Because what you'll do is you'll version the schema on disk so you can update. So basically when you go from version 2 of the database to version 3 of the database, there might be a schema upgrade. So you might do something more and you might have an automatic path for that change, how you as the database store data on disk. That's what the version I thought. That's what I was saying. It was kind of well understood. I mean, it's tedious, but not difficult. Oh, so Raft is actually really easy with that. Yeah, let's talk about how you do that. Raft actually makes this easy. So let's simulate split brain here with our 3-node. So we have a 3-node cluster, and they all have to communicate with each other, right? That's the premise of this. Okay, so let's say this happens. We get a fissure here. Now, these two will continue accepting reads and writes. They have quorum. They only need 2. So one of these will become the leader, and this was leader. Now, what happens is that when this one doesn't accept writes anymore, so when it rejoins, it will join as a follower since its term is less than these. It will join back as a follower, and then these will fast forward it through the logs that it's missing. This node will not accept writes at all. Five-node cluster? Same thing. One second. Now, am I missing one? I feel like I'm missing one, but I might not be. Anyways, you guys get that picture. Now let's split brain this right here. These two will not accept writes. They will not be in quorum. These will be the only ones that accept writes. No, because, and this is what we covered in December, how Raft does consensus is it's a known roster. So we have this idea between known and unknown rosters. It's a known roster. So every one of these knows that there's 5 nodes in the roster. If these two can only get one vote. So this votes for itself, this votes for itself. It's out of a known roster of 5, which means that they can't get leadership approval because there's only 2 nodes here. Because it's a known roster. There are unknown roster algorithms. They're much more complicated and more difficult. That, you know, like technically you can do Paxos without a leader. You can do leaderless Paxos, but then when people do multi-Paxos leader, they go with a leader when they do multi-Paxos because it gets too complicated effectively. I think it's actually possible to do multi-Paxos leaderless, but I don't think anybody's done it, like theoretically possible versus actually possible. I don't know. Right. And so you guys probably, there's these, and I don't love them, but there's AP, which is like available versus consistent. You guys were probably focused on AP mode versus a CP mode. In December, I actually talked about why it's really important to know cap, but also it's so much more important than just cap. Ads. I'm going for a cup of coffee. So we can talk about why I could guess that you were AP over CP when I get back. And it has how you deal with this. Absolutely. We'll talk about that right when I get back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. All right. All right. So the reason I could guess that it was AP versus CP was a lot of times AP systems, and this is why CAP isn't really great, and I did cover it, but I can cover it again. I can cover it again. AP systems try to always be available, basically saying if you reach a node, any node, this node, or this node, or this node, it will accept your request and it will save it to disk, and then it will figure out the internals of how to replicate it. Now, why it's not strongly consistent is because if you have two people, one here and one over here, that write at the same time, you can, and there's conflicts, you can stomp on each other's rights. And they have ways to deal with it, but it's not perfect. Okay. Hi, Londo. Yep. I'm back. That's right. Very good one. My daughter is huge into jokes like that. She would be proud of you. Yes. I'm talking about Moira. Yeah. My other daughter was wanting to make sure I wasn't talking about her. Now she's upset. You're here all day. Okay. So I'm pretty excited. We have a bug. We have bugs, but we have a distributed database writing records. I don't know if that makes anybody else happy. I feel like in HTML, we do need to make this a div instead of HTML record. Yeah, we need to make it div. Okay, but what do we have next? What do we have? Well, let's fix the index. The index is a problem. We had two problems, right? We had the index. It's not writing. Oh, let's actually fix the response, because when you write to a non-leader node, it should actually just error. That's what we should do. So this is get, delete, get. Where's our put? Where's our put? Did I miss it? Oh, here's our post. Okay. So, we just don't deal with it. We just return okay if this returns, which it does return, which is why it returns okay. Do we return an error here, or do we return an okay, not a leader? We should just do a redirect. Let's just return a redirect. I think that's what we'll do. Seems like I think that's like the best way to handle this. It's not like an actual redirect, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of the redirect code. HTTP redirect code. Yeah. I think it's 305. Use proxy. I don't know what to, because like you could do like a 200 with a redirect message. We could also do like a 405. Or just a 418. I'm a teapot. I don't know. I actually don't know what to return here to the client. So like part of me says is we just return an HTTP OK of failure. Like, so when we go to put, we can do like, I'm not the leader. .418's cheating. We can just do I'm not the leader as an okay. We need to get this error though. So we send this one shot back, right? This is a one shot. Yeah, for new entry. So let's look at follower on the new entry. What are we sending back? We just send the string I am not the leader. Ooh. Let's fix this. Let's fix this. We have a problem here. New entry should return a result. Yeah. Oh, we got to fix this. Result with either a record or a null DB read error. Oh, beautiful. Did I screw something up? I just screwed something up. There we go. Yeah. A 301. Is that proxy moved permanently? So it's not moved permanently. You know, I don't know the right. 421? Ooh, I actually like 421. Okay, I actually like 421. Because it's not moved permanently. It could be the leader in the future. Again, this is a lot on the client to deal with. Nice future highway. I think you got it. I like 421. Yeah. Look, yeah, dude. I don't know. And we have not the leader as an error. So now on the front end, we can actually match this error. We really only care about null db read error, not the leader. That's the one we care about. And then this is 421, which its name is misdirected request. And then this one is we're just going to do any other error for right now is going to go out as that. Okay. I guess here we can just say it has been written. Mismatch types, expected receive error from null db error. Wait. What is this? This is a receive error? Wait a second. I thought that this was a null db read error. Yeah. Oh, I have the receiver error first. Oh gosh. Okay. Ugh. This just has to be internal error. Always. Okay. That is always there. Undo. That's what I meant. So then inside of that, okay. What is this again? This would be the result. Then we can match on result. Okay. We're working towards it. We're working. And then we can match on error. This is going to go here. Actually, that's going to go here. Here. It's going to return with I'm not the leader in the body of the missed redirect. But yeah, sure. That should be documented. If there was documentation. All right. Let's see. That's our error. So on our... This is a little bit of a mess. So we unwrap this. Got that. Hopefully Dirk doesn't see this. Dirk is going to not appreciate this. All right, what is E here? I don't know that we know. Russ does not know what this is. Okay, that's no good. What is okay? This is a result of record or DB error. So we're matching on this, which means we're matching on either a record or a null DB error. Okay. Why? You know, we don't really need the record. We actually don't need the record because this is the record we saved. We're just responding back with it, which is fine. We'll continue to do that, but we don't really need it. Why is this upset? See, this is the record, and we're matching on the result, on this result, but there's no information available here. I this is just copy and paste here because this is issue writing. We don't actually have a thing here. We're just catching anything. Yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna... Yeah, there's nothing here. This should... We can go back and actually capture the issue here. I just wanted to clean up what the error... This is just no code, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. You're right. This is E. Sorry. Got it. Done. You got it. I was looking at this line, and so that didn't... What you said didn't make sense, and now I fully come back to what you were talking about. 100%. Okay. This, I think... This is a generic issue, internal error. This is a misdirected response. I'm not the leader. We can respond with the leader's IP eventually. We need a different response, really, because we could return with, like, we could put more information in here, but it doesn't matter. Again, it's fine for right now. Okay. Now, all we have to do... Londo and Future Highway, you guys got it. You guys got it. I had a lot of problems with that. I don't know. I tried to copy and paste. It probably would have been easier just to write it straight from the start instead of copy and pasting crap everywhere. All right, and there's probably a better way of doing this. I think at this point with, 1, 2, 3 levels of match, I think this is solidly, let's make some function to deal with this. Solidly. I want to think of a good way to do it, though, because I feel like there's a decent number of times when we parse out this information, but it's all seemingly unique. I need to think about it. I'm going to leave it like this for right now. Oh, I know that this one was trying to tell me, but I also had the error down here and the error on this line as well. So I was working through those first, or at least that's where I was focused. And then I got up to this one because there was like some random line of code here, and then this one had a variable that didn't exist because of a copy and paste. All right, let's see. That's done there. All right. We can stop you. This isn't going to build, though. This is not going to build. Wait, why did this break? How did this ever work? We want HTML for now. We already did this. We already did this, though, right? Oh, this is test. This is test. I forgot. Tests have been breaking. Okay, tests don't count. I forgot about that. We broke all the tests. We'll come back to fix those in a second. What we forgot. Let's see. What did we forget? Okay, don't clip that. The tests don't count in this. We just did a huge architecture return from keeping your state on one machine to multiple machines now. That broke everything, okay? That literally broke everything, including my mental health. Don't take that out of context. Okay. But we still have problems because we did change that call. So now candidate should be failing because on message should be returning the wrong thing. Yep. We can't just send a reply now. We actually have to respond with the... What do we have to respond with? The value? Oh no, we got to respond with an error. This becomes easier. Okay. Same with follower. Now, another thing that we could do is we could actually proxy, instead of making the clients do this, let's say that's the leader, and then, you know, these are the followers here. If we got a request here, and this is something we can do, but I don't know if we will, we could actually ask the leader, like actually proxy it for them. Right now, we're just going to send back to the client that we can't handle the request. But we could actually deal with it all internally. So, the more efficient way is probably for the client to say it can't deal with it. You don't want the load on here. You want your clients to... You want your client over here to make the request to the right node. Because if it's always making the request to this node, it's just going to be extra load, extra network traffic, extra pain. So this is what etcd does. And if you use the etcd client libraries, the client libraries already handle this. So they get the redirect back and they start communicating with the leader. Because it's more efficient. This is easier on people to use. But if you handle it in a client library, it's fine. You like my rectangles? Thank you. Thank you. I work hard on those rectangles. These are just the servers. This is the client. That's why it got a C. I think we're kind of zoomed out. There you go. Client. You know what? To make this even clearer, we'll put another client down here. Just for you. Boom. That's right. Check out those clients. Gotta love them. All right, so we got to just return an error here. Null db error, read error, not a leader. Done. Will this compile? Cargo build. Cargo build. No. Oh, the leader. The leader. I didn't think I'd have to change the leader. You've never heard of a cursed database? All right. If you've never heard of the invisible programmer, if you've never heard of a cursed database, I'm going to give you an idea. Go write a distributed database. Then come back in a month and share your code. You know, maybe it's better than mine, but a database in a month or two is probably a little cursed. Probably a little cursed. I wouldn't use this in production. So I have done a YouTube series. You can check out my YouTube channel on how to the techniques used to build databases, and we're getting to some of the later stages. And one of the things that we've just recently implemented is consensus. So we've actually, for anybody that doesn't know, and maybe this was confusing for people that haven't been around for a little while, these are server nodes for our database. All three of these. And we're implementing strong consistency. And what that means is that each one of these server nodes basically reaches consensus with each other. So to store a new log, they have to agree on the value of that log before returning it to you. And that's what we've got. We've got three. We run it in Docker Compose. It's cursed because, you know, we're just writing it, but also I'm making it a point. It's an opinionated database where it's an educational database. So it prints out stuff and it makes it so that it's human legible instead of doing all of the most optimistic things. So for one, it's readable on disk. That's horrible for performance. If you want to talk about it, it's absolutely terrible for performance. And that's one of the things I look to actually prove to you, that it is really bad for performance. But I do that because you can actually watch the database working if you like. That's the idea. Yeah. Londo's got it. If you say that the output is HTML, does that help you? Yes. That's now the output can be HTML, JSON, or a binary format. And that's to actually show you how much more efficient a binary format is. That's actually one of the things I was hoping to get to today. We're maybe not quite there yet. We've worked on our consistency a little bit, but that is actually one of the things I hope to. This is why it's an education. In a real database, you would never have 3 different ways of storing the data. In this one, you do. You can store it in HTML, you can store it in JSON, or you can store it in a binary format. We're using protocol buffers. I think if I was going to do a real database, I would look at one of the Apache ones. There's a couple good Apache file formats for databases. Alvaro is one of them. If I was doing like a row-based one, I'll probably use Alvaro. If I was doing a column-oriented one, there's a... Oh, I forget it. I want to say it's... I'll think of it. Well, Iceberg is also a column format. Parquet. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Parquet. Iceberg is a table format. That's right. That's right. I was going to say it's not Iceberg. Iceberg is a table format, not a file format. So, and you know what? Invisible Programmer, if we want to get into those topics, that's fine. Again, like I said, I want some of this to be driven by you guys, like what you're interested in, and we'll learn those topics in a database. It's not to be the best database. It's not to be the best anything. It's not to be used in production. This entire database is to learn about database technologies. And so a question on YouTube, what are you doing in Rust? We are learning about database technologies. We're learning about how they reach consensus, how they handle different things. So if you guys are interested in that, that's what this is. It's a cursed database because some of the things that you would do in a real database for performance or whatnot, we don't do on purpose. We don't do on purpose. Or not by default, at least. Well, Invisible Programmer, this is not designed as a thing to be used. It's just designed as we're learning and we're writing it as we learn. So as I make my YouTube series, I really like to actually have the code. Instead of just talking about database indexes, we built an index. Instead of just talking about those things, I like to actually do them. So one of the next episodes is going to be on consensus. Instead of just talking about consensus, we actually have implemented the Raft consensus protocol and done it and have all the code to go along with the video. So, again, is it the best database out there? It's not designed to be the best database or even take a unique approach to anything. But you're more than welcome to hang around and make fun of some of the mistakes I make. And talk about them. Yeah. It's cool that you work on Hive. I don't have a whole lot of experience on like internals of Hive. So yeah, that's cool. Is the stream misbehaving? Oh, it looks like I am getting some drop frames. Okay, I am so sorry. I hope that you guys can hear me okay. There's very little I can do. Spectrum is terrible. I am so frustrated with this because like I actually pay extra to them for a more stable connection and it's just terrible. It's absolutely just terrible. It is some of the worst internet I have ever experienced. Like, I just... and I'm so sorry. Like, there's very little I can do. Now, there is good news, and I don't know that you guys will be able to see it. AT&T has just put fiber, and I will get the fiber as soon as they actually connect it to my house. And they have a 2 gigabyte plan that gives me 2 gigabytes up. So hopefully this works. And I'm really sorry. I really am. There's just not much. I think it's back. I think my internet's back. I'm super sorry. So I pay way too much. I pay $120 a month because I pay for their business plan, which gives me actual. So the reason I had to do this was because if I streamed in the evening, like I do when people would watch Netflix, then I would actually get congestion and I wouldn't be able to stream. And so I paid for their business, which allows me to have designated, like I actually get my 10 megabytes up. That's what I'm literally paying for, 10 megabytes up. And it has great download. It's like 300 down. But for streaming, it's all about the upload speed. It's all about the upload speed. And so I pay for their business just to have a set amount. But it does horrible stuff like this, where it's just like, no, it decided it didn't. This is the second time today, too. Now, some days it's perfectly fine all day. And then there's some days like this where it's just like, nah, bruh, not today. We don't want to stream today. Anyways, I'm sorry I'm ranting. It's really frustrating for me. I know it's frustrating for you guys. The AT&T fiber is about $60 a month for 2 gigs up and down. $60 a month. It will be half the price for infinitely better. I mean, hopefully it's better. Like 2 gigs up is like, 200 times better than what I have. 2 orders of magnitude better than my upload speed. As long as it's even remotely stable, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. Anyways, they dug up my yard 2 months ago, but it's still not like their data center is not connected or something. I don't know why I don't have it yet, but I don't have it yet. And I will have it as soon as I can. All right. Anyways, sorry for the rant. We'll get back. We'll get back to some distributed. Wait. Isn't this just oh, okay. Ugh. This should be returned. Let's see. This actually, can we just update this to no. What is this returning? Yeah, 60 a month doesn't seem too bad. I don't pay $60 a month. This is not true. This is not true. This error right here specifically, we couldn't access the main log. I don't know why this would happen. I mean, it would happen with poisoning. Well, let's we'll make an error for it. Dumb error. We need to go through and rethink our error handling through here. No, we didn't need that extra. All right. Yeah, Invisible Programmer. I also work from home, and that's another reason I paid for the business one, was so like I would have a stable connection, but it doesn't, you know, I was actually going to stop paying for the business one because I just don't think that it matters. I think that they're just a crap provider. But I haven't, just because I'm just going to switch to AT&T, as I thought it was going to be available sooner than now, because in December is when they dug up everything. You know, we're still waiting. I would show you the thing, but it would dox me to show you guys my, do you have AT&T fiber yet? I know. All right, let's see. You think it's going to be a few more months from them digging up everything and being done? You think it's a few more months to connect it all? I don't know. And so you want to know a weird thing is, I have a friend who has Spectrum on the other side of the city, and it seems stable for him. He doesn't have nearly the issues that I do. So I don't know if there's like some issue. Is this not a, what type of error is this? Some issue with some of the equipment around here? I don't know. I've called and I've complained about it. These should be IO errors, right? Yeah. This should be returning an IO error. I think that we can just do like... that shouldn't mess that up, because that's the only thing getting returned here. And then that should make this work, because now we know it's an IO error. Yep. Cool. Thanks, Invisible Programmer. I stream on 2 platforms. I stream on both YouTube and Twitch. So I would say most chatting happens on Twitch, I know this is a YouTuber asking. Most chatting happens on Twitch. I want to get it so that you guys can both see each other's chat, but yeah. So does the Restream bot share the chat on to the other one? I have Restream. That's what I use. So Restream is actually nice for bad internet too, because it buffers it a little. So like it smooths out bad times for you guys a little bit better, I think, than if I just go straight. The other thing is it keeps my bandwidth up requirements low. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I think the bad internet has broken my Twitch alerts. I'll get those fixed. See you later, Invisible Programmer. Thanks for hanging out, and have a nice dinner. All right, I guess we got to fix these now, right? What is our ret here? This should be a file IO error. Okay, so this is fine. All right. No, this is I shouldn't have started the rewriting all the errors. Because this is probably an hour of stream itself as just fixing all of these. Can I do Vim magic? I'm just learning Vim, Londo, so the answer would be no. I cannot do Vim magic to fix them. The other part is they're kind of each unique as to like, is it the main log? Is it a file IO error? There's a bunch of different errors that could be. And like this is going to take some restructuring. Let's see. Maybe this is not the right way to do this. We could do like the else. But then we do okay in here. And then this. So yeah, let's see. Oh, we need to return. And now we can update this to be a IO error. Does that fix everything? I feel like that can't fix everything. Okay, that's actually way fewer. Maybe they're hiding some. Maybe they're hiding some from me. But we have some in the leader. We have some in the leader. Oh, we just didn't even finish this. Internet problems started. Let's see. Is read error. Oh, did I want to invert this? Let's do this. We actually want to return the error because this is going to be a file IO error, right? No, this is going to be a null DB read error. So we want to just actually, one second. We need to send, so we can't just automatically return. That's the reason. So we can just do if let. Can't we do something like this? Let error e do I like growling. And then we can just do Yeah. Yes, future. Yes. Absolutely. You are right. I think we have another issue here. Possibly the same. Okay, here we're checking the roster length. So what do we want to do here? Wait, what are we doing here? What is this part of? So this is in a new entry. Oh, so we have to get quorum to save the new entry. And so we're checking to see if we've gotten quorum to return success or failure. Okay. So this should be fairly easy. I say that. Watch it be hard. What do we return on? What is this sender? We just return the record. Okay. That's right. We don't actually have to. This is the one thing where we were like, we don't actually have to return the record, but we do. It's fine. We only construct the log entry here. Like I said, this is probably going to get harder than it should. This is us sending it out. This is where we save it in the file. Yeah, we don't return the record ever. So you know what? We're going to update this. This is not going to return a record. It's just going to return nothing. Because it'd be too hard to support. Doesn't like it's just the record we saved. In theory, we could return something. We could like return the ID of the record or the index or something like that. But I don't know that. I'm trying to get small steps. Small steps. Not boil the ocean. What error? This failed to reach consensus. I don't know that we have a error for that. Failed to save on all nodes. Failed to replicate. There's a little replication error issue. All right. Do we build? No. We're close. We're very close. All right. Just in Maine. Just in Maine. We're not returning a value. So all we're going to return here is... Okay. Beautiful. This is actually just a string, right? No, we're sending just empty. That's right. That's right. So, okay. Cool. Okay, we shouldn't have done all the errors, but this will be nice because now we can do what? Well, let's build it for compose. We can run our 3-node cluster. Oh, okay. We can run our 3-node cluster, and we should see that we can only write to the leader. Then we only have one more bug. Well, of the ones we know about. We broke something. Ew. What have we done? I know a fix. My typing. My typing is terrible. Node 1. I think I know the issue. If I'm right, this should work to build. This is all my fault. Look, I'm a sharing type of person. Sharing is caring. That's what my parents taught me. So I like to share. What can I say? We have a bug here, by the way. We have a bug. It's okay. We'll take care of the bug, though. It's just another bug on the distributed consensus. Okay. Let's see. Now, if we write, that wrote the record, probably means it was the leader. I'm not the leader. Boom. We get, I'm not the leader. I'm not the leader. So we can only write to the leader. Noise. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to first, we're gonna save. We're gonna make a commit. We've already done too much. Yeah, we should have made a different commit for the errors. I get it. All right. So it has trouble building the index, which is interesting. Interesting. If we try to start this again after we wrote one, it should fail. That's interesting. This is probably the file system change that we did that broke the indexing. So when we go to index, it said main, right? No, it's indexing. Sorry. 89? 89? Did it say 89? It said 89. Cool. All right. So we are re-indexing. Ew. This didn't get updated. Ew. So this isn't using our new file thing. So it's trying to split it. So it's assuming that it's corrupted. Interesting. This needs to be updated to use our new file. So basically, when we rebuild the index, we were doing the reparsing again, manually, instead of using the file system. Which means this needs the file system. This needs a file system. This will never work without the file engine. Engine. And this will need the file engine. All right. Cool beans. Do we have a file engine here? Nope. So we'll need a file engine. Cool. We don't need to clone it because this will be the only one. The only thing that wait. We might need to clone it. Because we'll do this in a loop. Okay, got it. Let's see. Cargo build. We'll see if it builds. I don't think it will. Was this in, let's see. We should have a file engine, though, right? We don't have the file engine until here. And we're building our index before the file engine. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. This is easy. This is easy. We got this. We're going to take this and we're going to build our file engine before we do that. I guess we're going to build that first. Our encoding, our file engine. So there's our file engine. And let's see. Then here we can pass our file engine in. That's not what I meant to do. File engine. Done. Okay. Did we see, look, I'm sharing again, Londo. I'm sharing again. Did we just fix this that quickly and easily? That feels too easy. That was too easy. That was too easy. It's not fixed. It is not fixed. This is easy, though. This is easy. Keep hitting the wrong thing. So easy. Ooh. Ooh, the file compactor. Ooh. We've got some compaction problems. We got to think about this, right? Because a compactor... No, we should be able to get this. This should be fine. This should be fine, right? Yeah. No, we got this. This is not a problem. Not a problem. Do we not expose the file engine? Let's see. No, we don't. You know what? Get file engine. I said fun. It's a fun function, okay? Give me a break. Yeah. This will keep us from accidentally taking ownership of it. I don't know. I don't know if this is a good practice or not. All right. We're back to compaction problems. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Now, we do have one last problem. Even if this builds, it's not working. One last problem really quickly, though. We're not actually using it. So when we generate index for file segment, we're not actually leveraging the file engine. We're passing it in here, but we need to actually leverage it here. So what does this function do? It just gets the key. Just returns the key. This is kind of a funky method. Okay, so we can delete this whole thing. And we can do file engine. That might be right. Let key equal file engine get record from string. Get ID. 1 second. Let's see. No method named map error found for struct string. 1 second. Get record for string. What does this return? It returns a result of record. Right. Right. Oh, you know what? Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's not do this here. We'll do this a little simpler. That was a little confusing. We can actually just return, right? Because this from get record from string returns does not return a corrupted. So we're going to update more error types. This is what we wanted. Null DBA error type. Yep. All right. And so from string needs to be, this returns a result T. We can just map error here, right? No, we don't want a SERDI error. We just want a corrupted error, right? Yeah. That's not the key combination I wanted. I wanted this one. Null DB corrupted. One too many? Yeah, one too many. Okay. Cool. Done. All right. So then this should... Okay, perfect. Wait, do we even have to... We don't even have to do anything. It just becomes this. This is a dumb function now. This is a dumb function. I like it. Because we can just remove this function, right? Oh, this gets the record, but we don't want the record. 1 second, it's not as dumb. It's not because we're just looking for the ID because we're just building the index off of it. Which really this would have to have an unwrap. Right? Because ID gets this no, it's just a string. Okay. Get ID. Why does it say mismatch type? Expected enum result string found unit type. Why? Oh, this would be okay. I got it. I got it. Done. Okay. Probably don't need the last clone. Good call. All right. Now does it build? Now if this builds, it should run too. Let's give it a try. Let's Let's see. Let's do our Docker compose build. Build is what we wanted. Build. Thank you, Future Highway. Eagle Eyes is what you should be called. All right. Well, I'm sorry. We didn't get to any of the fun things that I wanted to get to today because we've done this. I had some fun things. I don't know. We might have enough time to get to at least one of them. All right. Let's see. Let's run this. We built our index. Nice. All right. We should be able to test this full loop now. Let's do CLI. Put that one's not the leader. Man, it should really tell us which one's the leader. Okay, finally. Finally, we found the leader. So let's do Bob. 234. Now we should be able to get as well. Get Bob. Retrieved it in 7 milliseconds. Is that 7 milliseconds? It shouldn't be milliseconds. That's way too long. That's way too long. That's horrifyingly long. I hope that 7 is nanoseconds. That's way too fast. Seven milliseconds is ridiculous amounts of time, though. It could be because it's in Docker Compose. We should be at worst hundreds of nanoseconds. Oh, it could be release build. It could be release build. Or that it's not a release build. Okay. It also has 3 servers contending for disk right now. I also don't remember how I was timing. So a lot of the times when you time... Oh, you know what? This is including the network. This is from the client side, not from the server side. So a lot of the times when you actually look at, a database is going to tell you that, I'll take Aerospike, for example. Aerospike will tell you that we return results in under a millisecond at the petabyte scale. Less than a millisecond. This is at the server side. This is not client side, because it's really hard to know what network is between you. There could be more than a millisecond delay here, easy. A lot of networks easy have you know, I can ping this is pinging the computer connected to the exact same switch. The exact same switch. I have a millisecond. And that has a packet of nothing. That has ping is extremely fast. So you're talking probably 2 milliseconds if you're like sending a payload and getting a response just in network. So this is measuring on the client side, which has all of the request header built up, not on the server side. Which the server shouldn't be spending more than about 200 or 300 nanoseconds to retrieve the file, to look up the index, find the index, and look up that location on disk. But it's fine. You know, I'm happy with under a millisecond. So I'm happy with 2 milliseconds, honestly. Like I said. Another thing that we're doing is this is currently serializing as... What is this currently? It's serializing as HTML. We could run this differently though, right? Let's do that. Let's not serialize to HTML. One thing that we'll have to do is we'll have to reset these because the database won't like that these are in HTML, the old ones. So when we do a different file system, these will look corrupted, right? Because in all intensive purposes, they are corrupted for what they're looking for. So let's do, we're going to copy over node 1 to node 1 old. Just so that we can see the difference between HTML and protobuffers. So I think protos would be really cool. So we're just going to do proto. I meant to go here. And then the command is, what is the command? Actually, I don't remember what the actual command line argument is. 1 second, let's go find that really quickly. Encoding with a default value of HTML. So now we still need to delete these. RM, we don't need the R, but RM node 1. We need to do sudo because these are the files are being created by Docker. We need a script for this. We need to, I think we just make some bash scripts to do like resetting of the files, the test file system. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. This is still running. That's weird. That is very weird. Okay, cool. Now we can do Docker compose up, and this should then save as protobuffers. This is a bug. I'm pretty sure this is a bug on our side. It's an interesting one because the other two nodes seem to die. And node 2 just gets hung out to dry. It's either a bug in Docker Compose or in ours. I'm not too worried about it. We have bigger fish to fry. We want to see this, so we'll just restart it. It's happening again. I said either. I said it's probably a bug in ours. Let's see what's happening here. So node 3 becomes a leader. Uh-oh. It's a bug. It's a bug. We have 2 that became leaders. Not acceptable. And then node 2 decides it wants to become the leader. All right, we do have a consensus problem here. Error, too many chefs. Yeah. We have a problem where we can still get 2 leaders. So node 2 falls back into this bad state here. Interesting. Check this out. Check this out. Node 2 knows that it lost. So we're hitting a stalemate. I don't think I stopped it soon enough. This is awful. Why are the logs bleeding into the ones above it? One second. Let's clear. Oh, I stopped it too soon. We didn't actually get the error. Oops. Oops. Let's clear again. No, we're reaching consensus now. Okay. Well, no matter. Let's check this out. The one thing that I wanted to... If we do a cat on node 1, old... I don't know which one we actually saved to. Not that one. You can see that this is human legible. We have the ID of the record. We have the value of the record. Nice. But check this out. If we go and cat node 1 now. Ooh, caps lock is on. Cat node 1 now. Let me find one that actually has Oh, wait, we haven't saved anything to node 1. 1 second. Let's do this. Let's actually save something to node 1. That one's not the leader. Who's your leader? Tell me your leader. Okay, we found the leader. Now we can actually look at node 1. Where am I going? I'm going over here. Node 1, and we want the latest segment. Now, this is binary encoded, which is pretty cool. It's a proto buffer. I know, we're back to refusing to lose. We're back to... There's some way that they refuse to lose. We'll have to walk through that. I'm not going to lie. My mind hurts a little bit on that. And I don't want to beat a dead horse. We've already beat that horse pretty badly. We already killed it. Let's be honest. We already killed it. We have some race condition that we're not handling properly to spec. But it's fine. It's fine for right now. Anyways, binary encoded. That's pretty cool. This has more information than what you think, like what's getting printed out here, because it's actually a binary encoded file. And so it has all the information that this does. So it has whether it's a tombstone or not. It has its ID, which you can see, Bob. It also has its index is in there. It's just not getting encoded out very well for you to read. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But look how large this is compared to this on disk. It's pretty awesome. For the video, I'm going to do like actual direct comparisons. Like let's write 100 megabytes of data and see what the file size difference is. Like, why don't you do this? We could even encode the actual strings to make them smaller. We don't need to do that right now. Like I said, I'm not worried about pure optimizations, but I am building. So Docker Compose up doesn't build the containers. Only Docker Compose build builds the containers. So these containers are the exact same ones as ran last. If you just do up again, it's just the exact same ones again. And, ooh. Empty line detected. Oh, so we have a problem with our protobuffer one. I actually was kind of noticing it over here. If you notice, there's no empty line up here, and there is an empty line here. I was thinking that was encoding some of the data that just didn't encode out to the screen very well. But there might be a bug in the protobuffer encoding. Our files are designed not to have empty lines. So that's an interesting... interesting bug. Don't care too much. Then we can do it in JSON as well, but we'll have to look at the protos. Why would they do empty lines? I don't know. I don't know why they would do empty lines. Yeah, I mean, we just do this. We'll have to dig into what it's doing here. I could be doing something silly. I assume that I'm doing something silly. So let's write down 2 bug reports for these. I don't want to fix them today. I'm just gonna say mentally. I don't want to fix these today. So there is can elect 2 leaders. Leaders. There is a bug with Raft where 2 leaders can be elected. This is not good. It's interesting because 1 definitely goes to follower. But yeah. Sometimes. And then we'll EP6. This is for episode. It's not really episode 6. I have episode 6 already done. Well, I already have the code that needs to be done for it. All right. Then the other one is proto encoding encodes a new line into the file. Cool. We don't like it. We don't like it. You know what? This might be just horrible. We are taking the encoded thing and making a string out of it, when really we should just write the buffer. This might be the thing here. Because all of these 2, actually write out a string. This might be it right here. I'm such a dum-dum. We're making a... this is it. I know the problem. Really, this should return a buffer, right? Do these have like 2 bytes? No, they just have string. Maybe we can get the byte representation. To vec. Okay, cool. So we could do 2vec here, and then there isn't a 2vec here, though. Like I said, I don't... My brain... But this is the problem. That's the problem right here. I'm going to go put this in here. Yeah, so we can just take this and convert it to a vec, probably. Hopefully that will still print out as a string in file, because like the whole idea was to keep these human legible. You know, the whole idea was to keep these human legible. But we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that later. For right now, proto is broken. And these will work. That won't work. Actually, it will work. We deleted all of them. Never mind. That will work. That bug with looks good. Yeah, I am particularly happy about this. I know that it still has bugs and everything, but it is distributing at this point. Like we hit node 2 and this is node 1 that has the data. It's in JSON. It's looking nice. It's human legible for for what we set out to achieve. It's pretty awesome. We should fix we do need to fix the proto buffers. It's really important for people to see why databases don't store stuff like this. But because I'm worried that if I do like I'm worried that if I do this vec of u8 and then do like as bytes. Wait, what does as bytes return? Oh, not a vector. Okay. And then we do that here as well. Oh no, we got to do it on the unwrap. And then we just leave this. No. I fear that these don't serialize out properly, but it could be my bad. They could. Into bytes saves me from clone. Oh, okay. That's right. This one has into bytes, doesn't it? 2vec. Wait. Into byte. Into bytes. Okay, my bad. I'm not really converted strings to bytes, so you're just saying to do. Okay. Cool. I do believe. Yeah, this will be. I've only written strings. We can't use these, though. That won't format them out correctly, right? Rust, right. You know what? It should just be the reference, right? I think. So if we jump over to we just need a slice of bytes, right? Do we have to do the try into? Or can we just dereference? Hopefully we can just do that. Can we just do this? No. I was hoping that we could just do this. But like this. Oh, come on. It's not loving this? Did not love this. I don't really know what I'm doing here. This. Did not love this. Let's try the as slice, though. But it's saying that the slice of U8 doesn't implement display, which is required for write a line. So I think we actually just need to not use this macro. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. It doesn't seem to be helping. I tried. I tried. I tried this. Have you even tried this? If that worked, I've. I don't get it. You have to have a format specifier, right? Or else it will never use the argument. Oh, just right line. Oh. Maybe right line is not the right thing. Yeah. Like maybe. Well, good luck learning. Yeah, have fun writing an authentication system. That's a big thing to do. You should keep us posted on it. Write all. What's the difference between write all and write? I don't know. Well, feel free to ask questions. I'm not a Rust pro. Oh, then I have to add a new line manually. Good point. Good point. Good point. Blah, blah, blah. Do they have a write all with new line? I can add a new line. I guess we'll just do a new line. It'll be fine. All right. No, we don't want to return there. We need to handle this error and then handle this error. We'll just let's see. So if this is errored, we got it. The thing is, if this writes half of it and then errors, we have to clean it up. Attempts to write an entire buffer to the writer. This method will only consider the call write until there is no more data to be written on. First error is that. So it could write half the content and corrupt your data. We'll have to deal with that. Basically, on error, we need to clean up. Oh, absolutely. I always learn by actually doing something. It's so much harder to do stuff that you're not interested in. So for me, it's always easier to so if either one of these fails, we want to run this. If it's not an error, then we can just return okay. You know what? I'm half inclined to ignore this one. It doesn't matter. It kind of does matter, though. It does matter. I just don't want to deal with it. Because what I was going to say is if this errors, we can move on and do this one anyways. All right, we'll do this. Let's do this. Let's do. Okay, terrible naming. We'll fix later or not. Okay, so then we can do here. This will be ret 2. And yank that. And yank this. Ret 1. So ret 2 needs to be okay. 1 second. I'm hurting my brain now. Let's see. We don't care if this one is an error. We do. We care if both of them are. Never mind. This is dumb. This was dumb. This was dumb. Stop that. Let's put this in a function. Let's put this in a function. Does it need... It does need the main memory log. Okay, so we'll just put it... file write error. But we need more than this because what we have to do is we have to clean up. We've got to clean up. So main memory log. I don't know what type this is. What is this? Main log. It's a read write lock guard around the hash map. Can we just pass that? This is a right guard. Right? I believe we have a right guard. Yeah, we have a right guard. Okay. And then we have this. Basically, this is our logic. We'll throw that in here. Just like that. Thank you, Dutch. We also need the old value in here. Okay, okay. we need the record. If we fail to write to the disk, reset the memory to what it was before. Right. Resetting the memory is we're getting the old value and we're inserting that into the main log. Why is there an else here? Oh, if there was no old value, that's what it was. If there was no old value, I got why it's this. Okay. So if there was no old value, we're removing it because it was a new record. It's not that we were updating a record. It's a new record. It never existed before. So we can do this now. Sorry, I was getting a little confused. Okay. So this would be option of string. This is the record. Let's see. We called it old value. Oh boy. And we called this just main log. Fine. Okay. Our return here is wrong, so this should be, you know, we don't really need to return anything. We're just cleaning up. We can, yeah. We can just have this return the error, though, since we're already doing the stuff here. That's fine. All right. So it doesn't like the read-write guard. We already locked it, though, right? We already locked it. Yeah, right here. No, this always returns the error, right? Because this is just cleaning up, and it's going to return. It doesn't really need to return the error, except that it's going to be called twice, and in both places we want to return the same error. I don't know. I just don't know why it doesn't like this. Oh, wait. I have a... This is not correct. This is not a right lock on a path buff. Oh, this is the problem. It's a hash map. Of string, right? No. It's not a hash map of string. It's a hash map of string record. An old value is a record. It's an optional record. Done. Nice. There is an error right there. So now we can basically just do this, right? Let error E. If there's an error here, we can't move on. So this one's a little different. We actually need to do the okay here. Wait. Let me think. So we failed to write the first line. We can abort now. We should abort now. So this should be if let. And we should return... I'm not even thinking here. We can just unwrap this here now. Now that this has the right error, right? You know what? We could just do this as a result. Yeah. This should just be a result. This is dumb. Why did I do this? That was poorly written anyways. Was that passing, or did that have a red underline under it? It should have had a red underline under it, but you know, it's only ever going to return error. I think that's fine. Oh, it doesn't like it either? Right. Done. My bad. Okay. Could not convert error to null db error. Read error. What? That's exactly what it is. Oh no, not write all. Write all is not. Oh, this is what I was thinking. Okay. We do the check and... Oh, okay. I don't know why this has kicked my butt so badly. All right, so if there is an error, we're going to return this, which is going to return the error. This seems a little dumb. But let me work this through in my little head. Let me write a little bit of code. All right, so if this errors, we still have to do the same thing. And then we can just return okay. Now, the real problem here is we actually need to clean up the file because these could partially log on the file. I'm not worried about that today. But this is an actual issue that we've just never handled. To do could partial could Ooh, file.flush. Good point. Good point. Because we're not calling right line. We need to wait. So if write all is not flushing, does this flush? I thought it was flushing. 1 second. Attempts to write the entire buffer to this writer. Right. They're not calling flush. We don't have to call flush. I believe it's calling flush, right? Or is it not? It's calling write. And does write call flush on it? We'll just call flush. Flush can't hurt, right? Flush can't hurt. So when we flush, we should catch this error as well and do the exact same thing because we've got to clean up. We got to clean up after ourselves. It's the only right thing to do. And then here, I'm going to yank this to do and add it down here as well. And then we're going to make a ticket for this as well. This should be a fairly... It could happen. And we should try not to... This is going to be hard to actually... this is one of those integration tests that are going to be hard to... actually replicate, right? Because you need like it to not write. So this is going to be hard to write a test for. I feel like, but I don't know how to test this right off the top of my head. Oh, I missed one. I was like, wait a second, I did it. Yeah, like I need to handle it, but I also need to test handling it. Not sure. Not sure off the top of my head. All right. All right. Now we have everything writing as bytes, right? Now we have everything writing as bytes. All right. Now, hopefully this stays working as it was. Dirk, don't hate me. I have spent all day in consensus nightmare. It's been a consensus nightmare, and we've kind of got it working, and we're fixing some other little things that would be nice. Actually, we have it completely working. Well, I say completely working. Completely is a lie. But check this out, Dirk. Check this out. I'm actually really happy with this. Like, this was written to a different node that got replicated onto this node using strong consistency. So we got that, and I'm really happy about that. Future Highway is probably right on this. So what happened? What happened, Dirk, is that we started testing writing by JSON and HTML, and both of those worked. But protobuffer didn't work because I was converting the protobuffer to a string and then writing that to disk, which was terrible. And so then we were like, well, we'll write bytes to disk. But the write line that we had been using that just nicely handles that for us couldn't be used. That macro can't be used on a byte vector. So now we had to convert everything to using a byte vector. And so that's what we're doing. And there's like, this should probably be some struct that deals with this instead of what we're doing right now, which is kind of dealing with it, not in a struct. But that, again, I'm just trying to get like one problem at a time. This is a problem. That's why there's a to-do. That's why I said we would write a bug for it. We kind of have a bug for it. But, oh no, the other bug that we need is clean up disk when all data fails to write. We clean up the in-memory. We clean up the in-memory, but fail to clean disk if it was a partial write. I think partial writes on disks nowadays are fairly uncommon, but especially actually NVMEs. Did you guys know that on NVMEs, they actually write entire blocks at a time? And so as long as you're not writing on 2 blocks, it's actually atomic. Yeah, so they're actually atomic if you only write 1 block, if you know what a block size is for your NVMe, which you can find out, but anyways, just fun fact, it will write all of it or not any of it on an NVMe as long as it's not across 2 blocks. Fun fact of the day. Probably everybody knew that, but future high. Oh, I should have looked for the line writer. Is it on file? File.linewriter? Line? No. Doesn't matter. I think we're good. Probably an STD. It's probably an STDIO. Yep. We can look at fixing this later. I want to see if it works. I mean, I say fixing it. I mean like making it better. Maybe we should just use it now. I don't know. We still have one consensus error, Dirk, where we can get a little bit of an argument of who is the leader. There's a bug. There is a bug. I'm blaming Docker Compose because I'm pretty sure it would work perfectly without Docker Compose. It's doing something funky, but, you know, there's a slight possibility it's my code. Oh, what's the function? Can you paste it? Like, your left join? No, like, I always struggle with this on stream because, like, this is terrible. I agree, Dirk. This is terrible. I'm also trying to do, like, bits and pieces where, like, the thing that I fixed here was getting protobuffers to write out. I didn't want to burn the whole ocean because, like, protobuffers caused the error. This was, like, just this line like this. It was actually kind of nice how it was handled. I don't know. Okay. We have... We built it. Let's just do Docker Compose up. Let's see if we can get this consensus error to never happen again. All right, let's write to it and see what we're... Sup, snake? We have a sad snake, and we have a snake. Snake. All right. Cool. Let's see how this writes, because what I want to make sure is that we don't screw up writing the JSON. That we don't make it, like, really ugly. That's looking good. I'm excited about that because it doesn't screw up how this looks, but we should be able to do protobuffers now. Let's do protobuffers. Let's do protobuffers. So let's stop this. We will change our Docker Compose to proto. Proto. We need to delete all the stored data. RM. I have this, right? This is, yeah. Because, again, it would look like corrupted data since it's using a different file type. Okay. And now let's Docker Compose up. You know what, Pastalis? Papa Pastalis? I appreciate the thought because streaming it is much more... Wait till you pair program with, 12, 15 people pair programming. It can get a little exciting. But I like it. It's not terrible. I learn a lot from you guys too. Okay, so that's running. Let's store some data. Let's store our snake data. That one's not the leader anymore. There we go. Snakes go. Actually, you guys are all. We haven't had anybody that's not nice. So, and fairly understanding of the fact that My code sucks sometimes. Okay. Let's do one more thing. Let's write to Bob builds. That's what Bob does. Bob builds. Okay. Now let's go ahead and cat node 1. Let's see. Just to make this exciting, we were writing to node 3, so we're going to search node 1. Node 1. Cool. Cool. Now, we still have a problem here. New lines. There shouldn't be empty lines. Our database doesn't like it. When it starts up and it tries to build the index on these, it will complain. So we didn't actually fix the problem with protobufers. Dutch does hate on Rust for no reason, and we hate on Go for lots of good reasons, but we also write some Go every once in a while. So, in fact, next weekend, I'm hopefully going to be writing Go because I need to get the null cloud out the door. So this did not fix this. In fact, this is weird. Is it weird? Are we winning? Toggle, we're kind of winning. We're reaching consensus. And we're distributing those files across different nodes. But our protobuffers are not working. Now, our JSON engine and our HTML engine are both working. Our protobuffers is not. We're not winning on the proto side. It's a proto fail. So it's like actually a pretty big win. I'm not even gonna lie. Like if this is my biggest bug right now, that would be fantastic. Because like, yeah, we're distributed. We have a distributed database at this point, Toggle. We have created a distributed database. You like both Rust and Go? So, you know, I actually like both Rust and Go, but I do actually think Rust is I like both Rust and Go. I have to be careful because I have written way more Go than I have written Rust. So I'm a little biased in that regard. I have written way more Go than I've written Rust. What I love about Go is how fast I can write something and prototype something out. So it has like, it's really fast just because you don't have to worry about all of those things. And I realize in Rust, you can just clone a bunch, but even then Go is a lot faster. So like, it's just fast prototyping. I do a lot of stuff with Kubernetes and it has really great tooling for Kubernetes. So those are some of the things that I really like about it. And it's stupid simple, which is one of its problems. Like it doesn't even still have real types. I wish. And then you have Rust over here, which is just superior in almost every way, but it's a little bit slow to type, right? And maybe that's just because I haven't done it as much. I find it slower to prototype in. What I wish is that there was a Grust, which was GC'd Rust. This would solve all my Go needs for fast prototyping, but also have the awesomeness of like the union structs, the union types like the enums and things like that Go just doesn't have algebraic types, which is a problem. It doesn't have enums at all, which is a problem. It doesn't have real threading, which is a problem. We need Gust. We need Gust to exist, and then I could get rid of Go altogether. No. I'm not saying... No. I'm saying Gust for prototyping, Rust for not prototyping. But then there's the whole problem that a lot of the times our prototypes or our proof of concepts become the code anyways. So then you never have this rewrite. So that's a problem. So I don't know. I wasn't saying add garbage collection to Rust. I was saying a language like Rust with prototyping a little bit looser on some of the... no, just really... Is it just garbage collection? I don't know. Because honestly, you can just clone. That's what I do most of the time. So maybe it's not even a big deal. You can just clone extra crap. So I don't know. I do like Go. Yeah, no, I think I'm like maybe starting to go with that. You just unwrap and clone everything on the first go, and that's your prototype. And then if that becomes a production thing, you can like start to go through. And I don't know. Anyways, we still have a proto issue. It's almost like protos are encoding a new line before they write, because this is putting a new line before. Let's go back to file mod here. It's almost like this here is encoding a new line, which is weird, right? That's not part of the proto spec, right? You all know that I'm a VS Code fan, right? I like VS Code. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. This actually, wait a second. This looks like it's going to just be way better, right? Did we just make this all way better? Sometimes I didn't know that it existed. Thank you, Future Highway, for pulling that out. Like, I didn't actually see it. I was like focused on like, I was trying to see if like it had like encode new line or something, but like I was just using the wrong encode function probably. So yeah, awesome. All right, we got to clean up the database. Okay. So this top status bar here, this is Zellage. All of this is Zellage. This is my normal, this is my normal terminal right here. This is just alacrity. I should use Tmux instead of Zellage, probably, honestly. I've been learning Vim, though, and you know what? I don't want to add too many things to learning Vim on top of that, so we'll do Tmux another time. Another time, we'll go through learning Tmux. So right now, Zellage is just easy. I like easy mode. All right, so that's running. Let's put some information there. Bob builds. It really should be builds. Builds. Bob builds, and Snakes go. Are we ready for... You know what? Let's actually try something. Maybe it's not a new line, and it's just how the terminal is interpreting bytes. Let's actually bat this. Ooh, no, we're having new lines. I was hoping that it was just an interpretation problem, because like this was broken here, but this is broken by an RK, like because this is a binary encoding. Dang. I think Zellage does terminal multiplexing too. Pretty well. So Londo, have you... I haven't configured it yet because I'd like to take away all this help stuff. I don't want... I know how to create a new tab and resize and stuff. Like, I know these. So I'd like to remove all this stuff because it takes up way too much space. Well, shoot. That didn't fix it. It was a good change. It was a good change to just encode the vec. The out-of-box experience with Zellage is just... I agree. Well, I disagree. I think it's really great when you're first... If you first just pull up Zellage, you can be like, oh, let's see. Alt plus N equals a new pane, and Control and Tab equal... But like, as soon as you've used it for like 3 seconds, you know Control T N is going to get you a new tab. And you know, exit is going to delete the tab. And like... So like... It's really nice for like the first 3 times that you open it, and then you can just get rid of it, in my opinion. It's just like Vim. You got to edit it if you're going to leverage it a lot. I don't actually multiplex a lot. The only reason I am here is because we've got to be running the databases here. This is for the client writing the databases. I suppose I could have just made these like 3 different windows. I was just multiplying. I don't know. But we still have the same problem. We're still getting an extra new line. Why is it writing a new line into it? Why, when we serialize a protobuffer, all the logic is the only differentiation here is this. I switched between Alacrity and WesTerm. Yeah. I love the configuration of WesTerm. You can see it's a little darker blue is when I'm on WesTerm. I love the configuration of WesTerm. I used Alacrity today because it plays with Zellage better. And I say it plays with Zellage better. I probably am doing something wrong. So that's on me. I find copy and paste doesn't work with Zellage and WesTerm. It's probably a misconfiguration of mine. I get it. WesTerm does have tabs, and if I was smart enough, I tried. So, like, we can look at my WesTerm. Maybe I just need to learn it. Like, this is probably what I just need to do, is just actually get rid of the terminal multiplexing and use the tabs. I got this, and then it got, like, super confusing, because, like, it's a whole other thing again. It's a whole other thing again. I'm just skill issuing. Just skill issuing. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you. I know that's my problem is, and you know what? I started learning VIM about the same time, and I've been focusing on VIM. And so I need to go back to this because honestly, I don't need the terminal multiplexing, and I think WesTerm could take care of everything if I just learned this. So like one of these streams, we're going to sit down and just learn this. And then I think that WesTerm takes care of all of my needs, and I can stop. Because there's tabs and then there's panes. And I think I can use those both and do pretty fantastic things with them. I just need to sit down and do it. All right. I think I'm done for today. It is 2:40 p.m. My brain hurts. This is still not working. I know that I wanted to get to some fun stuff, and we kind of worked on this. So I'm sorry about that. February 19th, so a week from Monday, I have the day off. I might do an extra stream on that Monday. Maybe do something fun. I've been needing to do some fun stuff. I think people liked like the AI stuff and where we did the tier lists, and I actually have another little thing on system design to do. Maybe I'll jump on tonight and do one if I get the effort to, but we'll find somebody to raid for now. We'll find somebody to raid. Let's see. Do you guys want Bash with Bad Cop? Let's see. Or Anthony writes code doing Python. You guys want some Python? I'm hearing some Python. I'm hearing some Python. Here you guys go. Give Anthony Writes Code a little bit of love. Thanks everybody for joining and streaming with me. I guess you guys didn't stream with me, but joining me in the stream. Hopefully we all learned something about how terrible I write Rust. And you know what? Next time, maybe we'll do some more fun stuff. We are actually going to have a Go stream here soon because I have to work on the null cloud that I've been putting off. So, you know, we got to do that. We got to get it done. All right. Thanks, everybody. Go give Anthony Writes Code a little bit of a little null love. A little null love. I don't know what that means, but be nice to him. See you guys.